Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, happy to welcome you at the platform Open Dialogue. Our event is online, 100% online, so it is very important to feel the energy and to exchange emotions. That is why in the course of this conference, you'll have interactive functions available. The chat, please be active, use the chat, ask the questions, communicate with your colleagues. In order to find the chat function, please press comments in the right-hand corner of your broadcasting window. Reactions. In the course of the presentation, you'll have 3 buttons with reactions that will allow you to support the speaker and to express your attitude to his or her project. To the dot, which means that you are fully for every word of the speaker. Let's do it. The project that the speaker is referring to is so important and relevant that you want to see it realized as fast as possible. Inside, the speaker created a paradigm shift, a new mindset. So why use reactions? By pressing the reaction button, you first and foremost support the speaker. Also, by interacting with other colleagues and participants to this conference, you get relevant information on knowledge, projects, and ideas, the ones that are very relevant to our community. To the moderator of our first debate, Mr. Andrei Dronov, Professor, Academic Director of the LIFT Program and President of the Moscow Skolkovo Management School. Good day, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We now begin our 1-hour plenary, and we're about to discuss 2 topics. The topic of sport, the one that you are all aware of, and the topic of sustainable development. And we'll try to discuss these 2 topics together. Let me remind you that the Sustainable Development Agenda has been approved of by the UN in 2015 and to the year 2030, and sport is mentioned as a very important factor of providing for sustainable development globally. The crisis entailed by COVID-19 exacerbated the challenges that the Agenda 2030 responds to. That's why sports is ever more relevant. This is the topic of our discussion today, and let me introduce you to our speakers. Oksana Orucheva, General Director of the Vladimir Potanin Foundation. Irina Asachia, Deputy Director for National Priorities Projects. Guzal Kamalova, Regional Child Protection Specialist from UNESCO. David Evangelista, Regional President and Managing Director, Europe Eurasia for the Special Olympic Games. I'm not going to once again remind you of the interactive function. We have the chat, we have reactions, and you'll have an opportunity to speak to the speakers outside this panel session. And let us start with a very short blitz question. Just 2 questions. Question number 1. What is your favorite sport and why? Please, who will be the first to respond? Which sport is yours in your life? Let me begin. Yes, Irina. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So happy to see you all. It so happened that at one point of time, sport, the professional sport, came into my life. I was in committee of the Olympic Games 2014 in the division of sports journalism, fitness. So, what's your sport? Not, it's running, running. How long have you been doing it? Well, 4 years. Great, got you. Thank you, Oksana. How about you? I always dreamed of figure skating. Unfortunately, it's not something that I managed to realize, but this is my love that started it in the childhood. Guzal, what about you?
Well, my favorite sport is tennis, so I'm doing it for 5 years now, and I enjoy doing it.
And David responded that for him, golf is a passion for life. And second, very, very brief question. When was the last time you did running or golfing or whatever is the sport of your preferences? This morning,
Yesterday.
right, David and Oksana? Very, very long ago. Now I'm a more of a sports fan than anything else. Right, got you. I actually love running myself and marathons. I ran my last marathon pre-COVID-19 pandemic, and I did my running yesterday. I had a workout yesterday. Okay, let us begin our discussion and let us discuss sports. Sports is something that we always relate to elite sports, professional sports, but there is other kind of sport which is ever more relevant and important for your well-being and for nations' well-being at large. The everyday sport, the sport for yourself, the sport that improves your quality of life. Let us discuss these kind of sports. And I have a question to Irina. Irina, do you think the sports culture is well developed in this country? What's going on in mass sports and what are the priorities that you would single out? The most important thing, and we are talking of the national priority project demography, and it's great that all the national priority projects are aligned with national targets that are identical basically to sustainable development goals. There are two blocks, the social economic development and science and tech progress. And in as much as the national priority project demography is concerned, we have this project sports as the norm of life that is designed to stimulate people to go in for sports every day. Several stories there. The infrastructural part, the number of infrastructural elements and the readily available objects like skating rings, right, Oksana? Hockey rings, football fields, for all the popular kinds of sports so that they're readily available to all and everyone. Equipment, then promoting elite sports, professional sports. Importantly, developing coaches, improving skills of coaches, and creating programs for coaches, professional trainers, so that they have a common language to speak and to promote values of healthy lifestyle and sports as a process and a pleasure and leisure thing. So, sports as norm of life is all about that. Another important thing is creating motivational programs. Later on, I'm going to tell you about our competition that includes social sports. But federal project Sport as a Norm of Life has two aspects: increasing availability of sports sites and equipment and creating associations of those who think alike, who are going to promote sports as a way of life through sports initiatives. From your point of view, Irina, what is the main hurdle to attracting the broad masses, so to speak, the community to active physical culture and sports? Is it the lack of infrastructure, or is it the lack of understanding of importance and relevancy of this type of activity? I believe infrastructure is something that is going to uh, remediate itself. The infrastructural component is going to emerge very fast. Situation varies from region to region, from agglomeration to agglomeration. There are various availability levels, but equally important thing is the motivation. The motivational program is important. When people were posed with the question why you don't do sports regularly, they were saying that I feel lazy, I'm too busy to do that. So importantly, we need to find in the daily routine, in your daily life cycle, a spot for sports. Probably rebuild office buildings so that people would find a way to introduce physical activity in their daily routines, or probably create uh, cycling routes or walking routes into daily routines. A campaign that would inform people, reach people out, and inform them that physical activity is important because it's the basis for vitality, longevity, healthy lifestyle. That's exactly what I'm driving at. We're so ready to build infrastructural objects, but we oftentimes fail to understand that when we do have infrastructural objects, it does not necessarily mean that people would rush to it. And quite on the contrary, when people become active, we see physical culture developing even without readily available physical infrastructural objects. And so I think it's a mind issue rather than infrastructure issue, and we need to pay special attention to that. And this is a more challenging activity of sorts. And now I'd like to give the floor to Oksana. Oksana, good day once again. Happy to see you here. And I happily discovered that Vladimir Potanin charity foundation that you had went into mass sports area, and you launched already 2 projects, Power of the Sports and Sports for Everyone, right? So the question that I have for you is how it aligns with the traditional mission of Vladimir Potanin Foundation. From what I know, you were involved in developing charity, in developing culture in this country, and now sports. So if you could tell us about the strategy fit. Good day. Thank you very much for this interesting question. We have it often and it's easy to answer. Sport is a great strategic fit. We are here to support talented people of initiative, the true leaders who are prepared to change life around them and who are prepared to bring about positive changes. It's all about bringing about positive changes, about leadership, about forming community of people who care. So if you view sports from this point of view, when we launched Power of Sports program, we carried out a survey jointly with Platforma, and we asked what sports is all about. It's about well-being, it's about happiness, it's about pleasure, it's about way of communicating. So the topic of professional elite sports is something that came in last. And most importantly, sports and then this Power of Sports program is very much overlaps with what we do in other programs. It's all about engagement. It's all about active participation of people in changes and unifying of communities. Sport is always about unifying various communities and different countries. It's about well-being and the future, the kind of future that we want to build. So the Power of Sport program is one brick in the foundation of the building that our Vladimir Potanin Foundation built. And the next project is our active step. We decided to have a competition in place to pilot test and identify what are the social projects out there. Right now, even on the survey research stage, we identified that sport is very active part of our lives, but at the same time, we don't really ponder its social component. What we see in mass media and in our discussions, we have two parallel discussions, in fact. We have sports and we have something that we do in our routine lives, in our day-to-day activity. As related to, say, infrastructural changes that you mentioned. So, in launching our sports project competition, one of our ideas was to pick the initiatives that are relevant today. And the broader our knowledge, the better. The better is our understanding of status quo, where we are at this point of time. And we had a double discovery. We expected to have a lot of applications, but we never expected that the pilot competition will have around 900 applications from all over the country. We just launched and we had this wave of interest. It felt like our audience, and we're not talking about elite sports or professional sports, our audience is non-for-profit organizations, educational organizations, cultural organizations, which is very much related to sustainable development goals. Well, we never expected that those will respond to this offer of participating in this competition so urgently. And we realized that we really need to change the conditions. We decided to increase the grant foundation to support greater community. We're now looking over the applications, trying to understand what to support. But this comes as an indicator that we need such programs, we need such competitions, and we need to keep going in this direction. But again, let me highlight that this is very much embedded into our educational, cultural, and charity activities as a foundation. Only like that in complex we can resolve our issues. Thank you, Oksana. And if you could explain to us what this competition is all about, what you encourage through the grants that you are giving and who can participate. When we're talking about going in for sports, we're talking about tens and hundreds million participants, right? So how just one foundation can impact, contribute, create a push for this global movement. This competition called Sports for All is a competition of projects. One key peculiarity is that in order to participate with that, not only you should have sports projects, the project should have a social thesis, a social declaration of sorts. It had to have not just sports goals, but also social goals, and non-for-profit organizations could participate. All kinds of NPOs dealing with sports as a means to an end in resolving social issues. This is what we looked at. Okay, and what were the criteria? How you compare them? Well, relevancy, target audience, the targets that they set for themselves, and the comprehensiveness of approach, the results to be achieved. It's your classical project competition. But let me highlight once again, it's a pilot competition. We are just on the experimenting stage. We wanted to see the response. The competition, we plan to have it as an annual competition. So we'll definitely introduce some changes and corrections. What one foundation can do? Obviously, we cannot resolve the problem. Any of the private foundations out there can do that, obviously. but we can definitely showcase best practices. We can definitely support important and relevant initiatives. We can create forums for discussions like this one and make the idea of social sports visible, going beyond the boundaries of non-for-profit organizations or sports organizations that unfortunately do not overlap. We can show the complexity and comprehensiveness of this process. So if thanks to this competition, people would use sports as means to an end and sports projects as means to an end, that would be great because it's very useful. Oksana, could you give us a couple of examples from the applications that you looked at that you were impressed with in terms of relevancy or scale? I definitely cannot mention any of the applications. That would be not correct because we have an expert institution assessing it. But let me share this with you. We have sports projects that we had in our other competitions. Say the New Dimension competition, where we supported Ski of Our Dreams or League of Our Dreams. They are now going to the next level, and it's great that they're doing it today, working in various organizations. Or Harbor or Pristan, organization that uses football and other games to socialize orphans from orphanages. So these projects are not within our sports competition, but we do have sports projects. Let us discuss the sports competition later on. Thank you. And I see the point. I see the point of such competitions as a way to showcase best practices and to demonstrate that, look, these are the things that have been done by people like you who live in a region like yours, and they do not own, multiple resources. So this way we can roll out their experience and increase interest and coverage of sport and culture. Thank you. Thank you, Oksana. And now I'd like to give the floor to David. So David, you represent Special Olympic Games. And we know that the next year, the year 2022, the Special Olympic World Winter Games is going to take place in Russia, in Kazan. Could you please share with us some details? What is this event all about, and what are the fundamental ideas behind the Special Olympics World Winter Games? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very grateful on behalf of all of us at Special Olympics. It's an honor to be part of such an important and exciting virtual conference. We thank and extend our gratitude for this generous invitation to the Potanin Foundation. And thank you very much for your interest and your question. Special Olympics is a global movement dedicated to empowering the global population of people with intellectual disabilities through the power of sport. We recognize that while there may be differences in the classroom, there may be differences in the workplace, on the field of play, sport is able to drive a more universal language and a more universal connectivity that breaks down the barriers of exclusion and forges a new understanding, one that we commend the clairvoyance of the Potanin Foundation in driving the social side of sport, which in many ways is what the Special Olympics World Winter Games in Kazan will bring to the Russian Federation and the world. There will be in the upwards of 2,000 athletes with intellectual disabilities emerging from anywhere from 70 to 90 nations across the world, converging on the sport capital of Russia to not only demonstrate their athletic abilities, but to have their athletic abilities serve as a larger metaphor for their hopes and dreams and aspirations as individuals, as brothers and sisters, as friends and colleagues. People with intellectual disabilities not only have the same rights to recreational sport as everyone enshrined under UN conventions and international treaties, but more importantly, they have so much to teach all of us. There's a video that we're going to be showing that hopefully brings some of the emotion, the energy that Anna had mentioned at the beginning. But I'll share this, that the 2022 Special Olympics World Winter Games, to use the words of Mrs. Eunice Kennedy Shriver, our founder, these games will create victories without victims. These athletes are looking for not corporate contracts, but social compacts. They're looking for an opportunity to stand on the podium and share with their nation, with their families, that they are a source of pride. They are a source of achievement. And so we at Special Olympics are incredibly proud of the great work of Special Olympics Russia, led by Olga Slitsker, our president, the over 120,000 athletes training and competing every day in Special Olympics Russia. And so we're very excited to usher in these games.
Thank you, David. And what is the difference of Special Olympics from Paralympic Games?
I think this is a great chance. I'll answer you briefly, Andre, and then I'd like to ask if the team, if our tech support could bring forth the video asset that we've offered. Special Olympics shares the same values and principles as the Paralympics, in that we believe sport offers the social and human development for all, irrespective of ability level. Sport is something that can be celebrated across the neurodiversity spectrum. And so while the Paralympics is predominantly an organization that is empowering individuals with physical disabilities, namely through strong levels of government support, as well as other areas of support. Special Olympics is a grassroots, all ability organization whose premise is individuals and athletes with intellectual disabilities. Everyone in the world of Special Olympics is welcome on our field of play of all abilities, provided that those with intellectual disabilities are on the field as well. And that's, I would like to commend Oksana for mentioning the way in which sport truly unifies all populations, evidence of our unified sports, inclusive sports programming for Special Olympics. So I'd like to ask if the tech team can share just a brief video to bring some energy to these comments. Thank you.
So your organization is in child protection space. and all for healthy childhood and healthy childhood protection all over the globe. So my question is, what needs to be done to expand the access of children to sports, not just in this country, in Russia, but also globally? It's pretty obvious that our childhood habits stay with us for a lifetime, and people sometimes go in for sports just because they get this in their childhood. And they totally get it. This is part of their personality, and it's not a matter of the thing that is, it's something that should be done, that is a must. They take pleasure in that, and this is the way forward, because it guarantees for lifetime participation in physical activity and sport, which obviously tells positively on the person and the society. So what's the point of view of your organization in terms of getting sports readily available globally?
Thank you very much, dear Chairperson, dear distinguished speakers and colleagues. UNICEF is very delighted to take part in such an important discussion addressing sport as a cost-effective and flexible tool for achieving 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. With this, we at UNICEF thank Vladimir Potanin Foundation for organizing this conference and bringing more visibility to the role that sport can play and should play in promoting the full realization of the rights of the children. I'm very happy also to join the panel with Special Olympics, who are one of our key Sport for Development global partners. As was rightly mentioned by other speakers, sport is a powerful means by which we can engage also children in activities for personal and social development and to help them achieve their full potential. From an early age, sport provides children, including the most marginalized, with the opportunity to develop their physical abilities and health, to socialize, to build relationship and leadership skills and learn, as well as to play and have fun. Furthermore, to engage in play and recreation is a fundamental child rights. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, Article 31st, says that right of the child to leisure, to engage in play and recreational activities appropriate to the age of the child needs to be ensured. UNICEF has a solid record of leveraging the power of sport in its programs to improve children's outcomes and results in education, inclusion, gender equality, empowerment, child protection, and many other fields. Sport for development, as we at UNICEF state, it's the use of sport or their physical activity to help children to achieve their full potential through programs that promote personal and social development. Crucially, sport for development can be also a very powerful tool to achieve the 2030 agenda, leaving no one behind, or promote inclusive sustainable development. Primarily focus of UNICEF in sport of development programs lies within education, because through education, it is important to engage children to even learning. And it's been proven that also children who left schools, who cannot go to the schools, through sports, they're coming back to education and continue their educational goals. UNICEF also has programs on sport for development in child protection, and it is very important to ensure that sport also creates a safe environment for children to play sports and to be engaged in sport activities. And globally, UNICEF promotes that coaches and those adults who are doing these recreational activities with children through sport provide such a safe environment to children. There are different examples where we can see that a sport can really bring positive outcomes for children and achieve sustainable development goals. We can see it, as I said already, through education initiatives. We can see that through inclusive education or social inclusion. And we see that through child protection. And through that, many of such development goals can be achieved. UNICEF has also many examples throughout the world where many initiatives through sport for development really proved to be successful. However, there are many gaps remaining and more needs to be done in order to ensure that sport is really plays a crucial role on engaging all children, regardless of their financial abilities, regardless of their physical abilities or mental abilities, to engage them through sport. I would like to give a few examples from around the world where, as I said, there were some successful examples of best practices which demonstrated the positive influence of sport for development. For example, in the 7 regions of Chile, in addition, which joined also Peru, Ecuador, Haiti, Mexico, Paraguay, and Kenya, a lot of activities were organized through football, which is the most popular and the most accessible kind of sport among children. So the program called Football Mass, and it operates in those many countries which I mentioned. Its initiatives also include recovering public spaces for protection and training, and promoting interaction and recreation, including in the emergency context. So whenever, for example, even an emergency happens, sport does not stop to engage children and provide them space to play, to develop, and have fun. For example, in the field of education, also in Kenya, since 1987, the Matara Youth Sport Association was established again to promote sport for development programs, and today it engages over 30,000 children and young people in sport activities through a range of interventions, which include, among others, work readiness and employability programs, meaning that through sport they promote or they develop skills among children so they could be successful finding the future jobs. These programs also aim to help young people to develop knowledge and skills to access employment opportunities, and also develop their future careers through guidance, skill training, and others. Or, for example, UNICEF has a very good partnership with Football Club Barcelona and Barca Foundation. They signed a pioneering, so UNICEF and Barca signed a pioneering partnership, and over the past 12 years, over 2 million children in 7 countries have been successfully supported through sport for development programs. So there are various initiatives around the world which should not be necessarily replicated, but be adjusted to every country's context, using the opportunities and also opportunities and resources that exist in each and every country. And I think through opportunities that Potanin Foundation, for example, now suggests, there could be much more done and will be done, we believe, with the sport for development to promote and further accelerate the realization of children's rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Güzel. And one more question that I addressed Irina, and I'm addressing it to you as well. In your experience, what is more important? Is it the infrastructure and skillful trainers, or working with parents and families? Probably it is important to explain to them how important sports is in the lives of their children. Or is it about finding an approach to children and turning it into a very eventful and engaging thing that would engage them into sports and once and forever? So what is the silver bullet, if I may put it this way? What is the most important chain that would help us?
If you allow, I will then go first. So to answer this question, I think it is interdispensable. So it is important to also teach parents how to create the culture of sport for children, how to also make children be interested in sport, but also having invested in the infrastructure is not less important at all. because when we are talking about achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, or we're talking about sport for development, we're talking about creating opportunities for also for children who are most marginalized, who do not necessarily have access to the sport facilities, who may not have access to even schools or other opportunities. So having the infrastructure in place, having opportunities for all children, regardless of their situation, regardless which families they're coming from, there should be opportunities for all children to be engaged. So in my opinion, both goes hand in hand. Those interests that should be created by parents among children, but also infrastructures in place which would create such opportunities for children to practice sport regardless of their situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Güzel. And now our question, and the first question I'm going to address to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So if you could tell us what you mean, what social sports is, because looks like you have your own understanding of social sports and you keep promoting variable agendas. Who would like to start? So what's your definition, your understanding of social sports? If I may, I'd like to start, if you don't mind. Very simply put, social sports is the sport that has clearly articulated, explicit social component. I mean, any sport is related to social component, but we do not always articulate that. So social sport is where you have a social thesis or social declaration, wherever this social component is explicitly present and is. What is this social component then? Well, it apart from having sports goals, you obviously have sports goals at all times, right? You also have social goals, and probably social goals are a priority. Let me give you an example. A social goal that I'm talking about is like adaptation of orphans or low-income family children to living in our society through team sports. So the sports component is still there. They play with their teams and they participate in their competitions, but the most important goal is adaptation. And it's articulated. Thank you. Thank you, Oksana. Irina, Guzal, David, would you like to intervene? Yes, if I may, I'd like to add. Let me tell you a few words about the project that we started end of this year that we launched jointly with the Ministry of Sports of the Russian Federation that is related to sports projects in broad meaning with business component in it and also social component in it. I would like to demonstrate a video, but let me give you a brief description. We had several types of projects. Some projects are more about going digital, IT technologies, and it's all about engagement. And they support running projects, marathon projects to accumulate statistics and data. So this is sports as business kind of project. And what made us extremely happy, and we're going to support it very much, and we started it off with our main broadcasting channel, Channel 1. We used this opportunity to tell everyone that every region has a social targeted sports project. We had 2,500 applications, and the top 10 that we just very recently picked has adaptive projects for the so-called Silver Age. It's walking. It's also support of new moms, football moms, then hockey team, and even a special kindergarten with more intensive sports program. That is to say, there are multiple projects of this kind. At that, in our project, we didn't want to just single out the social component. We wanted to demonstrate that sports and business can work quite well if you learn how to scale those projects. And then social aspect is an aspect that is also important, and it has to be supported by sponsors and the state. Let's have a look at the video if we have this opportunity. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Irina. And I also have a question to whoever is ready to take it. It's about using sports federation or federations. So, do you manage to interact with major big sports federations on most popular types of sports for social sports purposes? Who is ready to take that?
Andre, this is David. I'll jump in quickly if that's okay. First off, a big congratulations! Wonderful video that we just witnessed. Thank you for that. The Special Olympics is very proud to share that both at a national level as well as an international level, we work extensively with sport federations, both national and international. Most of our collaboration with these sport federations, from the IAAF to the National Football Associations of nations around the world, Special Olympics engages in over 30 Olympic-type sports. So our relationships with sport federations ranks in the hundreds, if not thousands. We're very, very proud of this. Most all of it, Andre, is predicated on the social side of sport. Many sport federations understand that people with intellectual disabilities, as UNICEF rightly mentioned, often remain on the margins of their communities. Sport federations see their role as a way to engage this population. They also see the population of people with intellectual disabilities as a chance to grow the sport. In fact, one of our strongest relationships is with the International Floorball Association, a new sport to Special Olympics that we look forward to showcasing in Kazan. That is a good example of the way in which an international sports federation not only wishes to strengthen its engagement and recruitment of participants, but also to position the sport as one that offers a range, as Oksana mentioned, of social benefits, engagement, of solidarity, and all of the health benefits that come through physical activity, friendship, and social integration. We're very grateful to all of the support we get from the global community of sports federations. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you. If you could please be brief, and I have another question to you, David, about media coverage of the Special Olympic Games. Any broadcasting and which platforms where it's going to happen?
So all of these are very much under development. We know that Special Olympics has a strong relationship internationally with ESPN, the big American sports broadcaster. We also work very closely with the European Broadcasting Union, but we also share a very strong relationship not only with the Republic of Tatarstan and the city of Kazan, but also through Special Olympics Russia with many media outlets across the Russian Federation. And so, Andre, at the risk of not providing a complete answer, we can share that Special Olympics, the World Winter Games in Kazan next January, will receive prolific media coverage, not only nationally across Russia, but also across the world through some of our other partners like Euronews, BBC, and a range of others worldwide. We look forward to being in touch with more on that, Andre. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Speaking of the opportunities to watch those games, could you please specify when exactly it's going to happen in 2022 in Kazan?
Yes, so it's all very public. I would encourage everyone to go online and search for the 2022 Special Olympics World Winter Games in Kazan. It'll take place in mid-January of next year, so we're only about 8 months out, so to speak. The DSSP in Kazan and our partners in Special Olympics Russia have been of great support. So we look forward to welcoming in. I think the Flame of Hope, which is our opening symbol to open the games, very much in the Olympic tradition, will be around the 17th or 18th of January of 2022. The games will take place over the course of about 5 to 6 days with both an opening and closing ceremony. And we look forward as a follow-up to this, to our participation, sending out a more formal brief hopefully with the Potanin Foundation on these games and ways for all of the community to engage and participate.
Right. So are you going to have Olympic torch?
We will have the Special Olympic torch. It's absolutely. We will have the Special Olympic torch, which is the flame of hope. Hope that the world will see the intrinsic gifts and abilities of people with intellectual disabilities. Hope that through the transformative power of social sport, we can become even more and more unified. We're very happy to share that the flame of hope, our torch, will be present in communities throughout the Russian Federation and will culminate in the opening ceremonies of the 2022 Special Olympics World Winter Games for the entire nation and for the entire world, not only to see, but to celebrate as a symbol of solidarity, sport for all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving us this exhaustive information. I do believe that everybody is so very interested in your Olympic Games and they'll follow it more closely. And I now have a question to Irina. You mentioned Sports as Norm of Life project. So who are your partners? Just non-for-profit organizations or somebody else as well? Are other sectors are also engaged in realizing this project? Well, speaking of the components of this project, it's very much about building infrastructure, and the role of region is hard to overestimate here. The ones who build these objects and put it in operation. As far as other programs are concerned, working with and improving trainers and coaches skills, we have various contractors. In particular, our organization, National priority projects creates motivational media projects. We are the ones in charge of the communication and the programs that spur people to go in for sports or help the initiatives that are already out there. Give them the ground to grow, that is to speak. And we obviously support it with communication instruments. We give the forum for this discussion. And let me use this brilliant opportunity and announce to you that with one of the federal broadcasting channels in the summer, we are launching a PT teachers project. This wonderful profession, this wonderful occupation who come unnoticed. And the story is that a very well-known person, and sports is a very important part of his life and formed him as a person. Oftentimes, they come back to their motherland, to their hometown, and meet those who created him like that, and probably pushed him into the elite sport. So this is the kind of project that is going to motivate people to go in for sports regularly, to make it as a norm of life. And I now have a question to Oksana. Back to the competition that you mentioned. How many applications again did you process, and how many winners you are going to have? Slightly more than 900 applications is the number of applications we received. The initial grant fund was 30 million, but we decided to expand it to 100 million. The number of winners up to 100, depending on individual projects. But we need to be within the frame of 100 million rubles. Okay, less than 3 minutes left, and I'd like to give the floor to David. David, the question to you. It has to do with countries who participate in the Special Olympic Games and the types of sports that are going to be there. And also a request if you could add adaptive climbing to this Special Olympic Games. If you could respond to that.
Thank you very much, Andre. It's very much in the DNA. It's very much in the genetics of Special Olympics to always be growing and offering more and more opportunities for the social and human development of this population that comes through sport. I would very much welcome the chance to discuss adapted climbing as a future sport in the world of Special Olympics. Our movement engages over 190 nations across the world. We are a federated system, so we have independent affiliates in all of these nations. Many nations will be participating in Kazan. We offer, I think, 35 Olympic type sports, both winter and summer. Those includes all of the very famous winter sports: downhill skiing, snowboarding, figure skating, speed skating, and so many others. Floorball being another very good winter sport that will see many countries that are not necessarily seen as winter sport nations coming to Kazan with their delegations to participate. I will also say that through the social aspect of sport, through the social and emotional and human development, Special Olympics also offers motor activity programs for individuals with severe and profound intellectual and physical disabilities. These are skills very important to all social and human development: fine and gross motor skills, sensitization. These are individuals with severe and profound disabilities, and yet sport provides them and their families with not only the connectivity emotionally, but the advancement of real physical skills that require grit, courage, and determination from a population that will never be on the forefront or the front lines of these competitions, but are very much at the core of the commitment that we have to social sport. And we're very grateful for that. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you to all the participants. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, we exhausted our time. Let me briefly thank all the participants. Thank to you, ladies and gentlemen. We did submerged into the topic of social sports and the interconnection between sports and the sustainable development goals of UN. More than 10 sustainable development goals are directly or indirectly connected to sports. Out of the 17 special sustainable development goals, we learned about Special Olympic Games, and it's great that the Special Olympic Games is going to happen in this country in slightly less than 8 months. And great that we now have an opportunity to go to the rooms to speak to the speaker, to discuss things that you wish to discuss with the speakers for next 20 minutes. Those of you who don't wish to do that, please go on to the next session and press the correspondent button. Thank you very much. With this, I close the panel. Thank you. Goodbye. We are happy to have you at our next session, and you're going to have a special role, dear friends and participants. My name is Natalia Gunowski, and I'm the moderator of our today's session. And now I'd like to present to you our speakers, and I'd like the speakers to present your institution, the city, the type of the project, and the type of sports that you represent. Anastasia Platintseva, the floor is yours. Your mic, please. Thank you. Good day. I'm Anastasia Platnintseva. I'm from Moscow, but we also develop regions as well. We are developing a running for we're called marathons in the darkness within Sports for Life, and this is for visually impaired people. Anna Portugalova. Good day. My name is Anna Portugalova. It's Downside Up Foundation and football for people with Down syndrome from Moscow and the region. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anna. And our next participant is Anna Rekova. Alla, your mic, please. Thank you. Good day, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name indeed is Alla Rekova, the non-for-profit organization Center for Development of Social Technologies Moscow. Our project is called Online Sport Club 50 Plus. It's gym sessions, exercises for elderly people, for seniors. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. And another participant is Grigory Krasnych. Good day. St. Petersburg here. Non-for-profit organization Harbor and the Breaky Sports for um, orphanages. And which type of sport is it? It's football. Football. Great. Okay. So we have at least two representatives of footballs and other interesting types of sports. Okay, on to how we're going to work today with you. I invited the speakers who didn't have any choice here to play Knot and Crosses. We are going to have a championship. This is social sports team versus the cheerers team. This is obviously just a joke and we don't have any losers. We're all the winners. The participants are here to share their wonderful projects and you're going to pose questions and learn a lot of interesting and important things. And this is a real game. Every person makes a particular move and each move is a particular social impact that they contribute to the society. And you pose questions, I follow them very attentively, and then you make a move and you'll see how it works and we'll vote and we'll pick the field where we put our knot. Okay, we'll get it. We'll get how it works on the go. And now I give the floor to director and co-founder of Sport for Life, Anastasia Platninska. Plotmintseva. The project that Anastasia is going to tell us about is once again a marathon in the dark that was conceived by these fragile, wonderful girls that obviously became stronger with sports and thanks to sports that allows blind people and people, visually impaired people, even to participate in Ironman. Let us look at the social impact of this project. Anastasia, your move. This is our field, so put your knot in field number 1. I put a knot in field in a cross. Okay, I put a cross in field number 1. And what is the social impact that you produce? The most important thing that we do in this project is a successful experience of achieving a goal as a way of self-actualization of people, visually impaired people and blind people. We all know that it's something that is very difficult to come by. We expend a lot of effort to achieve an objective, and oftentimes we drop it midways. Oftentimes we fail to get the support, the understanding, the engagement of friends and family, things that are absolutely needed to make it all happen and to make our success happen. So in the project of ours, the most important fact comes from getting this achievement experience. Our team has a system, and we obviously have it as a unified kind of sports. It's we have partners and volunteers who interact with blind people, so that the blind person gets this sense of achievement and we make it work, so that so to speak, the brain memory of successes and achievement stays with this person through life, and this sense of achievement gets to the other spheres and venues of his or her life. This is where it all began, and this is how we promote our project. And this is the result that we get. Even the smallest achievement of 2 kilometers run is great. And like you rightly mentioned, it's great even to have the opportunity to participate in Ironman. And this effect, if I get it right, is not just for the visually impaired people, but also for the volunteers and the coaches. They also get this additional self-actualization, right? Absolutely, you're absolutely right. This is another effect that we get. But I'd like to say that generally speaking, teamwork is important for everyone. The partner, be that partners or visually impaired or those who cheer for them, it's all important and impactful. Thank you, Anastasia. And now it's your turn, dear participants. What could we get back to the game field? Yes, so we have this cross here. And I can see the votes of where to put our knot so that we can win in this game of crosses and knots. Let me have a countdown. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And what's your decision? You probably just saw how it works. I can see that field number 7 is still in the leaders, among the leaders. Okay, I'm told that everything is okay, so it's not in field 7. Right, okay. It's not easy, but you have multiple options. Which field? Let's put it in 9. Okay, no chance for the participants, huh? Okay, what else happens in your beautiful project? Well, another bonus or effect or impact is better psychological state and physical fitness of visually impaired people. This is one of our successful participants. He's visually impaired and also audibly impaired. Alexei Gorelov, you probably know him. This is his first run, and he's overweight, 20 kilos overweight, and now he's a very fit person. A very impressive positive effect when people come to just communicate, right, and to get to know others and to get this achievement attitude and achievement feeling from participating. But as a bonus, they get a beautiful body and fitness and health. We can keep working on that. And we're very attentive to getting them ready for this event. We help them create muscle strength of their legs and arms. We never force them. We never push for sports results. Success is something that should come with an effort, but without excessive effort. It's all about that. It may take longer, but the success will be even greater and better felt. This is the result that we get. So it's great. I think it's a great impact. You get a healthy body. Healthy body is an impact, isn't it? Our participants are interested to learn and how you motivate your participants and visually impaired as well as the coaches. We have volunteers. We developed a special system, and it's a whole different story. We have unique trainings for leaders and volunteers. And this is unique for this country. This is not something that is done anywhere else. So we tune their head, so to speak, and we give them a lot of valuable approaches, how to accept any kind of person into their life, and how we make use of psychology and coaching. Sometimes my green eyes are very helpful in motivating, I have to admit. And our trainings go on, and we work very actively, and we make use with we work with volunteers, and we motivate every kind of person. We have different types of person, and we promote that here you have to go trick this person, here you have to attract with results, and we motivate with different ways, and we have this understanding of how to motivate other people. But most importantly, we need to do that, and this is what we get. This is very important, indeed. Thank you very much. And it's your turn. Where is our field, colleagues? We need our field. We need to prove that. Vote in the chat, and please fill the field. 5, it's 5, and then 2. Okay, you don't want Anastasia to win. The way I saw it. Okay. Keep going, keep going. Strong players. Okay, not on 5. And what's in your next step? 3. Let's have a 3. Across on 3. Okay. And the social impact is, wow, wonderful, looking good. Yay, right. Our project, Marathon in the Dark, is 7 years old already. When we just started, we started with a single partner and friend, a blind person. And when we just started, at that point of time, we didn't even we couldn't understand where it could lead to, and it led to the fact that among our people who participated in our projects, we tapped on their potential that was hidden for professional sport, real professional sport. Like Xenia Wibernich, she's on the pedestal right now, and she's in professional sports for triathlon, and she's for our it's a part of our national Paralympic team. She's the paragon of our success. From her results, this whole topic of triathlon, participation in triathlon competition began. It's a great social impact for our country. The fact that we now have true talents and we discover true sports talent, we help them morally and physically. And it's great that they now protect our country. Thank you, great. And let us have a look at the next step. Looks like our participants have certain doubts how different we are from the sports organizations. What is the difference? Participants want to get to know better, and the field is what, 8? Is it field 2? Field 2. Right, okay. What is your difference from what? Difference from what? From sports organizations. We work with mass sports rather than elite and professional sports. We go towards mass sports. We have training. We have training for volunteers and leaders, training for visually impaired people and blind people, mass events, this kind of things. This is our project. And the main difference is the participants to this sport, right? Visually impaired people. And you cannot run alone. You have to run with a partner, right? Absolutely. It's a volunteer leader. It's called volunteer leader. Great. Okay, Anastasia, yours, and I think we need to finish this. We can keep going forever, but let's have it 6. Okay, yay. And to put a full stop in our discussion of social effects, very important social impact, and this is, yes, and the reason we do all that, in the very end, visually impaired people is a very isolated and marginalized group. So demarginalizing them and putting them in the spotlight and attracting the society to this to their issues and challenges is the most important thing that is important for our project. And also health and achievement. Apart from health and achievement of our participants, we work to attract attention of the society to them. Each of us need to understand that people with disability, any kind of disability, is not someone who sits at home. It's not someone who asks who asks for help in the subway, and it's not the ones who run Ironman. They're just people. They are different, and we should allow them to be different. We as a society, we need to be able to treat each person as a person and accept the person as a person and support wherever the support is needed. This is the most important task for us, to eliminate the boundary between the society and the visually impaired people. This is our big goal and the bigger meaning. And we got a lot of thanks letters where people didn't even know that impaired people can visually impaired people can run and can do these brilliant things. So this mission of communication is something that we make happen. Thank you for that, Anastasia. Brilliant social effect, and not just for the visually impaired people and blind people, but also society at large. And our participants wish you best of luck. Thank you very much for what you do. And I congratulate our speaker, social impact team, with our first victory. Thank you very much. And to you, dear colleagues, I'd like to point out that you'll have an opportunity to ask questions to Anastasia how it works and where it comes from and how long it takes and how specifically it works and in which cities it happens. Anastasia is going to tell you that all, and don't forget to use the special button to go to this special discussion. And I invite our next speaker, director of Downside Up Syndrome of Love, Anna Pontogalova, head of the foundation. And the project that Anna is going to tell you about it was one of the first projects of this kind, where children with Down syndrome were offered not just adaptive sports, but football. Football is a team sport. I think it's really something pretty unique. So, Anna, what was the social impact and how did it work? Please join in and let us have a look at the game field. Anna? And you put a cross in 5. Right, you're a strategist. In football, it's also very important. Yes, okay. So our first social impact, people with Down syndrome are involved in what they love. They play football and they develop physically and mentally. As we understand, any physical activity is part of healthy lifestyle, an important part of that. Soccer is there to develop your attention, concentration, memory, agility, gross motor skills. So in the process of playing soccer, playing football, they get their development. And thanks to this project, we have 12 cities with their sections of football. Oh, wow, 12. And you only started recently. Yes, since 2015. We started in 2015. And most importantly, at that, these children just love playing soccer. They love it. It's very important. Absolutely. I watched the video by Patanin Foundation. It's an interview of with Anna and colleagues. It's unique. It's really super positive. It's a swirl of emotions, and you never imagine it could be like that before you see it. Okay, participants, the turn is yours. Anna occupied the center quite strategically. What's your and then please use chat box to vote. Put the number in the chat. So which field our participants are going to take. And I wait. I watch our chat window. Come on, come on, come on. I don't see any figures in the chat. So you give up, huh? Probably they gave up. Okay, I'll play on their behalf while they're thinking. I'm putting a not into field 1. I'm supporting the participants here, but anyway, what's your next step? 4, right? Okay. So, what's the social impact? I love this photo of so positive. Yes, children with Down syndrome get socialized and interact with the society. We all know that soccer is a team play. It's a complex team play, and it learns to interact in team and to communicate and interact. And most importantly, children can subsequently use the skills in their real life and to do teamwork outdoors, to play soccer outdoors with their peers. This is our dream, in fact, and hopefully this is something that we can achieve. Great. And who are your helpers in this process? Obviously, to organize a team game, well, you have to have a volunteer, a support, where you get the supporters. It's not a simple process, but we can see a very good progress. We have special coaches, we train them, and we have special methodology for trainers. We obviously also have volunteers, and sometimes parents are volunteers. Great, right. Obviously, families are very much involved in the whole process, but you also have volunteers. Are they grown-ups or students and sometimes adults? we develop integrative volunteering. So we have a lot of volunteers who are prepared to do that. And the coach, is it of special kind to work with this kind of people? Where you get it? It's a question from the audience. It's a very difficult process, a very, very difficult process. You need to pick the coach right. This coach has to be really motivated. And it's very much related to their personal enthusiasm. We can have any kind of coaches. There is a manual, a handbook of for trainers. We have a methodology. We have a coach camp and webinar, a coach camp in April. Well, we also have webinars in place, so we can coach, train anyone to be a coach. It's about, but it's also about human properties, right? You pick them, obviously about that. Yes, by all means, you have to be ready to work with children with special needs and be mindful of their special needs. But if you're already ready, then nothing is in your way where train you how to train. And now our voting works once again. So you're putting a knot in field number. Is it 3? Are you sure? Let's keep voting. I know there is a lag. We need to compete, right? We obviously want to learn about all the effects, but we. Okay, I 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the field is. Okay, it's 3. Not in field number 3. Yeah, but we have 4 impacts, right? So I'm picking field 2. Great, thank you. And what is. Oh, I love it. I think I remember this photo. Yes, the World Football Championship. Absolutely. So it was your kids? Yes, yes, I was. So impressive. And this is the social impact related to the society. A society more open to people with Down syndrome. Soccer creates very friendly atmosphere. It's a very popular game. Everybody loves it. So the fact that people with Down syndrome play soccer, play football, make people look at these children through a different lens. And it's a touching point and a common interest. You can learn how to communicate with them on topics of football or playing football, which makes the society more open to our children. And for my general understanding, probably team sports is not something that comes naturally for children with Down syndrome. So why this sports? We were inspired with the examples from the West. We saw that it does work. We had our doubts. We saw, yet we saw the successes, and we even had an open competition. We brought teams from 9 cities, and those were real competition. And we keep growing. We visited competitions abroad, and those are, serious competitions. And this program, does it come as a partnership with a state institution, with state social university? They have a department of adaptive sports. So we developed our methodologies together, and currently these methodologies are being used. It's very important that the state social university works with it. And what is the cost per child? How much you have to spend? We do it free of charge. Oh, wow. Even in other cities, yes. The cities that we support, we try to do it free of charge. We are obviously planning to develop as many organizations as possible. We try to do it free of charge. Great that you have this opportunity. Best of luck to all of you. It's a very unusual case. And now, your move, dear participants. In the chat, let's vote in the chat. I'll try and wait for your answers. We see one option, field 6. I'm following the chat box and I'm counting down. And 13 and 12, 11, 10. It's our countdown. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Either we are having a problem with chat, or everybody is so carried away that they're not participating. Ah, field 8, right. Field 8. So that you make another move. Okay, it's 8. Thank you. Not on the 8, and you still have one step. I love all of you, but I'll still put a cross here to win this game. Great, right. And let's finish on this brilliant note. What else? What is the other social impact that you have? The 4 one, it has to do with families. Families feel more protected and safe because they can see that the children are going in for sports, playing soccer. They look at the children with greater trust and look through a different prism. They see an independent personality, which is very important for harmony in family relations. It's also great support for the parents. I mean, the child gets a favorite occupation and be accepted in the society and by the society and go outside and play outside as a way to contact the society. They may have new friends. So it is a big step forward, a big psychological support for moral support for the families and the parents. If somebody wants to open a section of such soccer in a city, is it an initiative or non-for-profit organization, a state organization, or a family community? Who should approach you? We, at our Syndrome of Love website, we have a special tab related to our soccer product. So you can and you should apply. We have all the methodologies in open access, and you can actually look through our webinars, and we're going to have a sports camp in the suburbs of Moscow. So we are happy to have you all, and you can definitely contact us. Feel free. I'm pretty sure that after today's wonderful presentation, you'll have multiple interested parties and multiple interested organizations. From the bottom of my heart, I wish that you have the real championship and league, soccer league across the country. And I think it's just around the corner for you. Thank you very much. Thank you to the participants for your participation. A small technical remark. If you feel that you cannot enter the chat, please log in and get authorized. Then you'll get access to the chat. If you feel that you have a question, please go to the broadcast window as well as to us. We broadcast in YouTube, we broadcast in Potanin Foundation, we broadcast in the conference landing. Please use all the opportunities out there to ask questions, and we follow them very closely. Please feel free I'll find your question and I'll address them to the speaker. And let me remind you that after this session, you'll have an opportunity to continue your discussions with Anna, how to bring this methodology to your place, to your city, or your village, or your town. And on we go. And I invite Alla Rekova. So, do you do your morning exercise every day? I'm pretty sure you don't. Not every day, obviously. And Anna had 340 morning exercises in the last years in all for all those interested and for all the so-called silver age volunteers. What was the social impact? And what would be your move? Give me the field, please. So, good day, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the sports spirit. And rather than putting a cross in the center, let's try three. Three, okay. So what is the social impact? Oh, wow, what a big family of silver volunteers. Yes, thank you. Let me give you information on our online sport club, 50 age plus. It was organized in April 2020, and the first impact is staying active through the lockdown. These are our silver volunteers, silver age volunteers, and the graduates of our memory academy called Bright Mind. We develop projects to improve quality of life of elderly. We train them. We help them to get jobs. We also have Academy of Memory, Bright Minds to improve their memories. In our volunteer center, we have more than 700 volunteers. We have more than 1,000 graduates from our Academy of Memory, Bright Mind. And when lockdown started, our seniors and pre-senior age were exactly in the group that had to stay in-house. So we thought that our lovely Silver Age volunteers, the ones who were always ready to help others, require our support. And hypodynamic state of the body is a big threat, not smaller than the virus. So we organized this daily morning exercise. So every morning, 8 to 8:30, we have morning exercises in real time. Be it just weekday or weekend. We work with our joints, with our backs, etc., with a professional fitness trainer. And is it just for silver volunteers? Because I'm so super excited. I probably need to join them. Probably I'll get stimulated to go in for this morning exercise myself. In one of the next impacts, I'm going to tell you that we are expanding. We addressed it to our silver volunteers, mainly the graduates of our Memory Academy, but we never say no if people join it. Everybody knows about you right now. Hopefully, Zoom will help us here, and this energy that flows from the screen is inspirational. Oh, I can see that the next move of our audience is in field 8. Right, field 8. Where is your cross, Allah? Right. And I'm in field 5. Right. This is my favorite field. So, that's it. This is the way. I actually did some morning exercises as well in the course of the lockdown. Right. So, what is it? Yes, our second social impact that I would like to tell you about is engaging new participants into silver volunteer movement from across Russia into the practice of going in for sports regularly. We organized online sports club 50 plus for those who are part of our community. And Chinese whispers helped us. I mean, people started telling each other, and we got applications to get to become part of this online sports club, and we never said no to anyone. And then we had requests from abroad and from the regions, and we hoped that Zoom would help us. When we had up to 100, we actually had problems, so now it's up to 500. This is a typical photo that we got. We never have less than 300 people at our morning exercises. And now we're going to expand. Yes, up to 1,000. It's okay. Yes, because silver volunteers all around us, huh? We have a lot of silver age people, and we want them to be to have their vitality and longevity in place. Okay, great. You'll probably have to ask for special license from Zoom because the whole country will rush to join you. Right, what would be the next move? They don't want us to win once again. This is the sports spirit, which is great. Okay, so not into field 7. Allah, what's your next move? Well then, yes, well then, let's try 9. Yeah, right you are. Good for you. And 9 is about the social impact. This social impact, our third social impact of our project, it's a synergy impact from morning exercise plus memory improvement in our Academy of Memory, the Bright Mind. For more than 4 years, we've been improving cognitive functions for the elderly. We have finger gymnastics, all kinds of riddles, puzzles, etc. It all tells very positively the brain development, especially when people have lack of social connections. More than 95% of seniors had memory issues, and we have to develop that. So sports and a healthy lifestyle impacts healthy brain as well, quite obviously. So this morning exercises plus training our brains complement each other. It is very important, and this is our wonderful coach, Daria Kasanova from Rostov-on-Don. She's the one who had our morning exercise. She started off as a volunteer, and now we developed this project upon the request of our participants, and it's a constantly developing online project supported by the Department of Social Welfare and Development from Moscow. Yes, and where you come up with the coaches, this was my next question. Like each day, morning exercise each day. You saw this person from Rostov-on-Don. Thank you to Online Format for having this opportunity to get united. I mean, the coaches, the organizations, the seniors from all over the place. Do you look for more trainers to add something to your scope, not just yoga? We're thinking about it. At this point of time, our daily morning exercise is not recorded. We get requests to be recorded, but we wanted to have online, live online. Very important. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you. And our colleagues are combating us. Looks like they decided to have their revenge. And they're putting their knot on in field 6. So what can we do? I still want to win, so I'm putting my axe in 1. Right you are. And what is behind field number 1? Right, and it's victory, right, okay. Apart from the victory. You so here we are. Actually, it's the victory of all the social projects we're talking to you about. The fourth social impact is creating a community of common thinkers who love healthy lifestyle. United Silver Age volunteers. We have not less than 300 people who wake up using their alarm clock, to meet each other at 8 o'clock in the morning. If you're there 5-10 minutes early, you'll see wonderful communication between all the participants from all the regions of Russia, from the smallest outskirts of Russia. Tumen, hi! Surgut, hi! Hi from Crimea, hi from St. Petersburg, hi from Moscow. They talk to each other, they chat, they share the news, they share weather news, and other interesting stuff where they had their recreation activities. It's a great, great community that came into being all of a sudden. And then you have the morning exercise. But before that, it's really fantastic communication. We also created a WhatsApp group. We have more than 20 WhatsApp groups, and we have daily postings about what kind of events we have, what kinds of training sessions we have. And we are so happy that people are joining us from all over. We had this project called Region Lab. We used to have it offline, now we have it online. And all our Silver Age volunteers and all the seniors who join us from the regions are invited to our meetings, our daily meetings with the coordinator of our volunteer center. Here we have a Zoom party where we invited all the senior age, Silver Age volunteers. So a pandemic, strangely enough, was a happy moment for us, a moment of unity. You don't have to wait till we have an opportunity to meet our Silver Age volunteers, or rather that we can do it every day online. Great, which is great. And the moment we can actually travel every point of our wonderful country and beyond, we'll have someone to greet us, to share their happiness with us, and to come up with new projects. Thank you very much, Allah. Wonderful examples. Thank you for this positive mood, and thank you for winning once again. Although we obviously had great support from our participants. Please keep asking questions, because I follow these questions in chat and I address those to our speakers. And think of doing morning exercise every day. And a bit of a spoiler, if you are not lazy and if you come here at 10:30, then surprise, surprise, you'll have something of interest. And on to our next speaker, Grigory Krasnev, head of St. Petersburg charity organization Harbor Pristine and Can People Club, Dobriki. He's going to talk to us about the project of kids from orphanages playing soccer. You know how to play. You already have a strategy, right? You already know where to put your cross. 5. It's a 5. Okay, center forward. On we go. What is the first social impact? Our first social impact is what we created this project for. It's integration of children from orphanage system into the eco-environment of healthy, responsible adult environment, ready to take responsibility for their life and the life of their families. When people graduate from orphanages, it's almost like a kitten thrown into the deep side of the swimming pool. You had your borders, you had your food, you had your clothes, and all of a sudden at age 18 they don't know how to go about real adult life. You can probably get some training, but not knowing what to do socially with this training. So our major social impact, the thing that we count on and we already see as a result, is social adaptation of orphans. Right. Thank you. And do you pick children to participate in your teams? You mean the children to participate in our football teams? Obviously, yes. And we only have a couple of criteria. Criteria number one is their desire. Criteria number two is to at least be able to push to kick the ball. And girls, how about girls? Do they play as well? Yes, we have 2 girls in our team. Right, right, okay. 2 girls in our team, and we have several people with hearing impairment. Okay, and now back to you, dear participants, dear audience. What's your impression, and where do we put our next move? I'm going to make a next move for you, and meanwhile, store your results, store your moves for next. It's 9, and not into 9. And where would you put your cross? A 3. Okay. It's the lower part of the goal, right? Yes. Oh, so many things. So many things going on this photo. I meant it as a fourth social impact, but it's okay. Let's start with this one. This is an additional effect of our activity. I know that 8 teams in the regions and the cities and villages all over the country created things like that, and they go in for sports with children in Samara, in Pskov, in Izhavsk, in Gatineau, in Volkhov, and other places. People would come and get my consultations or participated in our team, and they would go back to what they do, and they kept working with the children, with orphanages of all kind. It's an additional social effect of our work. Very important. And you mentioned that soccer or football is the universal language readily available to everyone. Would you agree with that? How it works? In listening to the previous speakers, I once again confirmed my belief that indeed it's a universal language. The children with Down syndrome, the children with infantile cerebral palsy, and also visually impaired children, hearing impaired children. Yes, indeed, for them, soccer is a universal language. Okay, let's listen to our cheerers, the participants. Okay. They don't want us to win. And most of them vote for field 7, not in field 7, please. And Grigori, what would be your point? Oh, so difficult. It's a difficult choice. Just like in soccer, you can never predict because your counterparty also plays. It's serious. Let's put it in 2. Okay. Ah, I get you. I get you. It's tactics. Okay. On you go. Yes, and our next social impact is. You can still hear me, right? Yes, yes. Please keep going. Our next social impact has to do with changing changes of the coaches and mentors who are involved in the project. We don't have a. We have 10 mentors and 130 caregivers, but actually we want it to be split 60 by 40. 40 mentors, 40% of mentors, and 60% of those who work with us. So, so that we have at least one mentor for every 3 kid. And all the changes that happen in the lives of our mentors create a global effect, and it goes on with their families, with their work, with their communities, where they communicate, and where they're part of, and these communities change as well. So this is a secondary effect. And let me quote, and I quote, "I realized that I did something wrong in bringing up my own children," says one coach. "It's an opportunity to revisit the way you interact with your family." This is the most important thing. So, the way you pick your coaches, do they have to be family men or women, or you don't have a criteria set like that? We have a value criterion, a set of value criteria. If the person aligns with those criteria, then it's our person. Family life is part of it, but sometimes this person is currently not married or single. It's not something that prevents us from taking him in. It's all very individual, but we're value-based. Smokers or alcohol drinkers, substance users are definitely not our kind of guys. We actually have all kinds of teams, and you also have a law against swear words, right? Sometimes swear words are very closely associated with football, but for you it's a taboo. And it's great. It's a very important example that you set to children from these institutions, from orphanages. The person who knows how to control the language he or she uses can control the life. Okay, wise words. Thank you. And our participants want to put a knot either in field number 1 and prevent you from winning, or field number 8 and win themselves. They want to put a knot in field number 8. Yes, let's do that. I think it's only fair. And yet, we'll tell them about the next social impact. I did it on purpose. I wanted it to happen. Yes, this is all about participative sport. Yeah, and the reason is that football victories with our guys are not, we never won anything. We are not super winners, but we are still the winners despite of that. 2 weeks ago, Russia, the football team, acknowledged us as the best amateur club in mass sports. This is quite a recognition. This is open information. So rather than winning in the field, we win in life, and this is the most important social impact. It's more than just football. You come to get football skills. You don't get special awards sometimes. You don't get the titles. But what you definitely get is much more and more important than soccer itself. These are our mentors and one of our guys. They're celebrating one of the goals, and they dedicated it to a child that was born into one of our participants. So touching. Oh, great. Thank you, Grigory. Thank you for these stories. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, in this very short hour of our today's session, we couldn't possibly tell you everything about the wonderful projects that our colleagues had. So now in the end of the session, please make sure you use the button on the right in your broadcasting window and talk personally to these participants. And in closing remarks, I just want you to use one word phrase and tell us what changed in you, in your life. Who's ready to take it first? Allah? What changed in you? Allah. What changed in me? Well, most importantly, I realized or rather, I confirmed the belief that senior volunteers, silver volunteers are the best because they're all so super positive. Anna? We learn a lot from the Down syndrome children, and in the course of our football matches, and our life gets enriched when we accept various people into our lives. So true, so true. Thank you. In starting the project, I just wanted the kids to give them an opportunity to go in for soccer, and I kept working with orphans, and now I'm a I adopted a child. Oh, great! You adopted a child. Great. This wonderful example, when you bring up the achievers, you become an achiever yourself. And it's not about money, it's not about awards, it's about the internal state and attitude to life. So true, so true. Thank you. Thank you very much. You have me so charged with energy. Thank you very much, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. Please use the link to have to continue the discussion. And we want to discuss social effects of sports in development of territories in Good day. Good day, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. We are so happy to see you at our conference, Sport and Society, a sincere conversation organized for us by the Vladimir Potanin Foundation. We're getting to know how programs for social sports work. We'll looked into social impact for those who benefit from those wonderful programs. And now we're going to have a look at the super unexpected and super important impact these programs of social sports may have and produce onto the territories where they occur. Before introducing our speakers to you, I'd like to address you, our dear participants. So, from your point of view, what are the potential social impacts of sports from developing for developing territories? We're going to have a look at how it works. You're going to have a special picture icon where you can write down the social effects or social impact that sports may produce onto developing of territory. Please feel free to print in your options, and I'm going to follow the chat at this point. I heartily welcome all your comments and questions, and I follow the chat closely. Please make sure of this opportunity. So feel free to express yourself. So what are these social effects or social impacts? It's the result of activity that tells on the society and spurs social change. They can be direct, they can be indirect, but anyhow, they work. So let's have a look at the social effects of social sports programs for the development of the territory where it happens. So what have we got? Hopefully you already answered those questions and you have your questions in store for you, because we have our questions in store for our speakers as well. Oh, fame and economic uprising. Great. Healthy population. Difficult question, I don't know. Well, we're here to ask difficult questions and to answer difficult questions as well. Freedom of speech as a result of social sports. That's interesting. Developing of civil society. Harmony in our environment. Economic development of territories. Direct and indirect social effects on the territories. Less churn of people from the region because people find their place in one of those social sports projects. What else? Preserving cultural traditions and a peaceful mood of the neighbors between neighboring countries. Preserving cultural traditions. We can see the fans of our speakers today. People getting carried away from their day-to-day problems. Neighboring relations, inclusion. Can we scroll down a little bit? Yes, yes, I read through that. What else do we have? Oh, inflow of tourists, great effect. Yes, exactly. Healthy and active population. Roads, good roads. They're so true, so true. And also dragging people away from gadgets. This is very much to the point. It's about sports, social sports, but definitely it's going on thanks to the gadget and through the digital environment. So keep going. Keep putting the effects to this. Yeah, absolutely. Unifying communities, developing territories, social and economic rehabilitation of Paralympic para sportsmen. So inclusion and social tension alleviated because of this inclusion is important. Developing of territories, improving and increasing the amount of socially active citizens, forming communities, love for the region and culture. Thank you so very much. You shared with us. Each of you who posted this conference could have been a speaker at our today's event, but we have a very interesting choice of speakers in store for you, and we'll fill what you just voiced with specific stories. And at this way, you'll get to know that we're not just fantasizing about it, it's already happening. I do hope for your very active participation. I follow the chat closely. And while we have our speakers talking to you, please share your comments and questions about. You can do it through broadcasting and in the chat window, in the social network where you are following us, most probably. We are really happy to see you and read your comments, rather. So, we are sportsmen, right? All of us almost. So we are going to demonstrate teamwork. Today we're going to have a team, a relay biathlon event. Every speaker shoots at a target. And the target is the social effect. And they're going to tell us about the targets, the social effect that they want to achieve, and you cheer for them. And our first speaker slash shooter is Valentin Robotenko, Director and Head of International Competition of Street Culture and Sports, CARDO. Right now, before our eyes, this is what's happening because we know that applications are being collected in 13 nominations. Some of these nominations really collapsed me because I know what parkour is, but some other just a riddle wrapped in a puzzle, wrapped in an enigma. It's really so unknown to me. And please, Valentin, tell us about the social effect. Do we have the field for this shoot? Yeah, there it is. You go on, shoot. Great, wonderful picture. And so, what is the social impact? What is behind this wonderful picture? Well, this is our wonderful social effect of socializing of street sports and breaking the myth of street crime, because we're combating this popular myth that streets is all about crime, that street is all about something very destructive, something that concentrates all the negative things. So the street is something that we want to just get rid of, rushing from home to work and from work to home, nose into gadget. Well, for us, street life is totally different. For us, street life is a world. It's a big training field where kids get their meaning. I mean, the meaning, where they form their lifestyle, where they get their training, where they change the face of the cities, and where they create the positive image of today's street life. It's all about sports, creativity, education, and friendship. So, Cardo Award was one of the first projects in the modern history where we started open dialogue about socializing the street life and unifying all street cultures. Many of those street cultures used to be in the so-called underground. They're all coping with similar issues, so we decided to come together and do adulting, socialize this whole street culture and street sports in a big way. So the street becomes yet another public space apart from your home and your work, where you have a slew of players and where we don't want to exclude people and we want to feel and engage those who we were not happy to see otherwise. Absolutely. Great. A great effect. Let us have a look at our target and please make a second shoot. Yes, I'm ready. My second shoot. Right. And what is that? Well, this is improving improving the skills of sports managers. How does it combine with street culture? Well, pretty well. Every street culture of today is a market with its own infrastructure, the world of its own. And this is where we encounter a major issue. We lack human resources. In view of the special features and in view of the fact that people don't know what tricking is, what breaking is, what hip hop is, and slackline is something that does nothing to no one. Well, this is why we really need to prepare our own managers who at least will be the one who understand the structure and how this whole thing develops, how the sports area develops, understand it from within, understand the philosophy, and also communicate this philosophy and sell it to the public at large and motivate the community, and so that people come as followers, or so that we attract investors and sponsors who would contribute to that and support the talented people and, broadly speaking, support and use sport. And where do the sports managers come from? Are they the active sports managers in a particular institution or anybody, a sportsman? Well, initially, these are sportsmen. The kids who just get additional education, they realize that this is their thing and they get professional training in a professional educational institution. And our task within this project is to see to it that they get a choice of, real life cases and understand whether it's about me, whether I'm prepared to be the kind of scout to search for talents. Am I prepared to be the one developing this sports area? So how many managers like that you have at this point of time? Around 300 people. 300. Oh wow, in what, in 4 years? We started this way a bit earlier. It's in 8 years. 308 years. Interesting. Thank you. And I remind you that you can pose your questions and leave your comments and creative suggestions in our broadcasting chat. And we keep going. Let's have a look at other targets. What is our next target? And I shoot at the next target. There you go. What's that? Well, that is the target support of street talent. If I may, if we could get back to this picture. Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so this effect is what is different. It's about creating interest towards the street cultures and different areas of street cultures. When I'm telling you about this project, we have 13 areas, 13 nominations. Street projects, street dances, street sports, split it into these three areas. And each of the three areas has parkour, workouts, trekking, breaking, hip hop, and something more general like society, entrepreneurship, media. And we encountered the situation that people do not really understand what stands behind it. That kids who run around and jump around are not hooligans. They are not breakers, breaking the law. They are tracers at training. And for them, the city is the training base. They are the artists, the creators in the city of concrete and steel and glass. So it's very important to transmit this message. They don't want to break anything. They just want to develop their skills and their talent, to develop their sport. At the same time, the kids need to understand that monuments of culture is not the place to do their training. and they shouldn't do their training there. You can find sites that are more applicable to developing your sports skills. Most importantly, we really had to create this internal challenge. The kids needed to understand which sports are okay to train in, and also the modern sportsmen, well, we had to convince them that these are not the marginals who are there to break stuff. So today, mass media makes a lot for ourselves. In every game, there's parkour, we have action movies, and we're on the same wave. Importantly, those who see stuff going on in the streets, they should understand that this is a new way of sports activity. And a lot of them are about to become Olympic type sports. And this is where the young of today find their interests. They're more individual types of sports, but they are concentrated around uncovering their human potential and overcoming barriers so that the athlete develops as a sportsman and also as a personality. Right, got you. I have a question for you. This whole topic of sports manager is very relevant to looks like very relevant to everyone. Initially, we have the so-called sports instructors who made it happen. So how about taking this sports instructors on board? Yes, we are very open to do that. If you wish, please feel free to participate in our educational forums and programs. Please feel free to get the knowledge. If you have additional interest to kind of specify the area, that would be great. You can't manage everything, right? You have to specify, you have to focus on a particular audience and develop this particular field or audience. So we are very open to your suggestions. Those of you who are watching us now, talking to Valentin, in May, they're going to have their regular award distribution in May in Petrogorsk. So please look at the website, join the educational project. It's right. It's the right timing. What the pandemic locked down in inside of you can be tapped nowadays, and now we have another chance at a shot. Yes, we make a shot. Right, and this is the one. Yes, the target support of talents. This is my absolutely favorite impact, the thing that I encounter and that we managed to achieve. I'm a professional tracer. I do parkour, and say 15 years ago, I encountered the total misunderstanding or lack of understanding of what it's all about, what street sports it's all about, and why it's there. It was more of a hobby. Okay, let him jump around and then he'll get serious and they'll get to a high educational institution and stuff like that. But looks like it is not, it doesn't have to be that way. Our ultimate goal is to find and discover young talents, the ones who are who really need a mentor. We try to find them. Sometimes it's enough to give them the award money. Sometimes it's about community. Sometimes it's about mentorship. Apart from just getting our support, they also get into this whole story of resources coming your way, and you really use your mentor to understand how to make use of those resources and how to level up. We have a wonderful success story where several years ago we found a guy, Yevgeny Ryan, in Bisk, and now he's a free run champion. He has collected a lot of titles, the most titles globally. And he is the laureate of Cardo Award of Season 1. Thanks to information support and development of his Instagram account, he started off as a professional sportsman. And out of a smallish town in Altai, he became one of the most well-known tracer globally, and he presents Russian Federation in all international events. Great success story. A very brief question to you. The disciplines that may become an Olympic discipline, like breakdance. Breakdance is already in Olympic Games, or skateboarding, or BMX. And then parkour is next, because an international gymnastics federation and international Olympic Games already announced it, that parkour is about to become an Olympic sport. And your final shot, the target and the shot, our last shot. There you go. Developing of event-based tourism, something that you mentioned in the very beginning. This is why we love traveling around, going from city to city, town to town. Global sports events need to take place in various regions rather than stay in one place and be tied to one place. And thanks to this event, we covered 35 countries. 35 countries come to Petrogorsk with 8,000 viewers. Unfortunately, some of the countries will fail to come because of the third wave and the pandemic thing that forces us to adapt to the current environment. Yet thousands, tens of thousands of cheerers and sportsmen that come from all over the world. And for several days, the cities of the world becomes the capital of street culture. You have really big move. We're on the move. Go have a look at photos from the previous awards. It actually stays in the city. A lot of things stay in the cities. And it's great that the territories develop and the territory keeps going in this direction. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Valentin. Great. And we are inviting our next racer. If you still have some questions, please make sure to stay around, and we'll have a Zoom room session where you can interrogate Valentin, and Valentin relays to Svetlana with a Paris half marathon. You probably don't know, dear friends, but there is this Agabek region in Chelyabinsk in the Urals, and for 8 years they have village called Paris. You don't have to travel to Paris, France. You have to go. You can go to village Paris for this half marathon. Svetlana tells us it's not just half marathon; it's also just marathon. So stay prepared for your own memories, and also to remember of Agabak Paris, Paris of the Agabak region. Are you ready? Yes, I am ready. Let me introduce a change. It's 5 years. We had, yes, I tried to increase the number of years, huh? No, it's 5 years. So since the year 2016. Anyway, okay, the floor is now yours. Shoot the target. And I shoot. Right, so what's that? Tell us. This is a wonderful effect for a rural area. The region starts noticing you and start to giving money for development of the territory of the village. Paris Village is now going to have all the roads, all the problem roads are no longer problem roads. And we also will have a gas distribution system in this village. It's great to have an event that draws attention of the municipal, of the government. When you can say proudly that we bring tourists on, and that's why we need this and that and that. And you can see here UGK helping us to restore our community center for remodeling and all that. It's easier to ask when you demonstrate some results. Yes, absolutely. And these were your fans who mentioned the social impact of getting the roads. It's not just because of the marathon. It's also it could come as a result of, say, cycling, developing cycling and other types of sports, right? But let's keep going. So the right attitude to the territory of the state to the territory. What is the other shoot? And my next shot is this one. So what's that? Looks like equipment in a sports club, right? Yes, indeed. Thanks to this project and thanks to getting noticed, we attract investors, companies like Aerokings and others, and UGK. So they start to invest into rural sports amenities facilities. So they made full remodeling and they put all the necessary equipment there. In rural areas, we can rarely find anything like that in Chelyabinsk here in the Urals. And this is readily available. It's free of charge. It's free free exercises. So it obviously creates a positive effect. A positive effect of Paris Marathon is that you demonstrate the results and you say, okay, and now we would like you to support us in this, and that. Because we need to prepare our sportsmen of tomorrow. They are just regular guys who never went in for sports. They go to this to this exercise places and they exercise there. Oftentimes, they first train in those gyms and then they run the marathons and even win the marathons. Okay, and how did you come up with this idea of running around in Village Paris in Chelyabinsk? Is it a big village, like 10,000 residents? The Agabak region has 20,000 residents, not very many. It's like a region in Chelyabinsk or Magnitogorsk, but we are very sporty. We have a club of veterans that were jogging and trying to organize things of this kind. It's not just me. I stand on the shoulders of giants, so to speak. I am from Magnitogorsk, and I'm here in this rural area for 10 years, and I'm organizing this event. Right. In Nagaibak region, we have a big veterans club, and running is very popular. So why it is popular in the village? Because it's readily available. It's something that everybody can do. You can just go out of your house and you keep running. This is the easiest thing you can develop, and thanks to the Paris Half Marathon, you get the sports infrastructure. Not only can we go for track and field athletics. Yes, it's in the next effect, right? Yes, but at this point, it's track and field athletics, and Paris Marathon is in Village Paris, which is which can boast a Eiffel Tower of our own, a copy, six times smaller than the original Eiffel Tower in Paris, but it is a telecom tower. So okay, just for you to know, have a look at what is popular in your community. roller skating, or I don't know, skiing, anything that can become your showcase. What are the interests of your particular region? And we should next read. And what is our next shot? Right. And what's that? Well, this is the social impact of sports tourism. Let me tell you a few words about that. You can see the variety of participating countries in this map. We had 7 country participants. You can see the flags in the bottom part of the slide, right? We had more than 22 regions participating and 6 republics of the Russian Federation. So these are the athletes, the participants who come to visit, who come to us, and they create sports tourism, obviously, sports tourism movement. We don't, unfortunately, we still lack hotels, but the local residents keep waiting for this marathon, and a lot of them try to prepare their guest houses to house the athletes. The athletes come 2 weeks before the start to train, right? Yes, they train, they get to know the track, they communicate, they talk to each other. We have museum, they go to this Museum of National Culture, right? And they love it. Our sports event has a national aspect. Let's actually make this next shot. But before doing that, do you think we should rename ourselves to get this additional attention? Shall we become all of us become Londons and the Village of London, the Village of New York? Does it really help? Well, actually, European. I use in Champenoise. We have Leipzig, we have Berlin, we have Champenoise, we have Paris. So we have European cities, kind of European names all around us, and we want to make a cycling marathon around them. Okay, next shot. Yes, this one. Love it. What is it? Tell us all about it. Well, Nagabak region is a multinational, multifaceted region, and the main nationality is a small ethnicity of Nagaibaks. So, in order to preserve the Nagaibak culture, special Nagaibak culture, and to develop the territorial, the rural culture, and to combine sports and culture, I introduced from the very first Paris marathon this Nagaibak ladies, almost like the Buranov grannies. You know, you probably heard of them. Uh, they sing. They're fantastic singers. They're very unique and very unusual, and you really have to preserve this um, tradition. And in combining it and tangling it, weaving it into the sports event is great because it creates this hearty atmosphere. This hearty atmosphere is important not just because of the songs. We also have national cuisine. They can taste our Bispermarks and then everything else. Oh, come on, stop it. Stop it. I love those because you really want to taste it, you know, and you don't have hotels, right? And people get the very nice culture from, you know, firsthand because they get to live in your places of your residence. Great. I can see that people in chat are discussing their own tourism projects. You'll probably find a lot of common thinkers. And your final shot, what is your final shot? And I shoot. And there you go. What's that? So now you can see it, right? So the sports component, the cultural component, the number of participants keeps growing, and new people come to your place. What else? The most important impact, I actually work on statistics and the number of Nagaibak sportsmen. We love to have international participants. It's great. It's very important for the rural kids when they run together with the true sportsmen. It's great. But I also look at the statistics of the Chelyabinsk participants from our region, from our local athletes. In 5 years of our existence, in total, we had more than 3,500 participants. And out of those, the Nagaibak athletes that started to go in for sports and that joined sports because we had this marathon, they run the 21 kilometers distance, 16 people, 16 residents of a village. It's very important. 21 kilometers. It takes a while, to train yourself to be able to run that way. I'm not mentioning here the distance of 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers, because all the school children, the teenagers, everybody participates. Those who are capable of jogging, they do the jogging, they do the running. Families, like whole families. I'm so happy to see my parents and kids and grandparents all running together. So great, so variable effects. Such a simple idea of running around produces a wonderful effect for development of territories, from investment and government relations, all the way to the fact that everybody now get to know that there is this region, that there are singing grannies, and Mia's a guy from Mia's is a place next to you wants to participate. Will put you guys together so that you can contact and strengthen your relations and create a cluster of sports and a fountain of ideas. Thank you very much, Svetlana. Thank you for your work, and thank you for this input, and thank you for attracting our attention to what can be done with a simple, well, far from being simple, but anyway, with a marathon. And we keep going. We keep going, and now our next runner is Olga Pugach, author of the so-called cultural plugging in Tsaritsina Museum. Probably not all of the speakers heard of plugging. I know what plugging is for about 6 months. Probably Scandinavian walk can be done with plugging, combined with plugging as well. Well, plugging only emerged very recently and only started in this country in 2018, right? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely right. Can you hear me? Since the year 2018, and it's when you jog plus collect garbage in beautiful places. So if you want to not just have a wonderful time, but also to be socially active, make sure that next time you go, you get prepared to Paris Marathon. When you jog around Yauza River or Tsaritsina Museum, pick a garbage bag with you, because then you'll be called a plogger, right? And do plugging. Can you hear me? Great. We have a technical difficulty. While Olga is doing it, those of you would like to know the details, please make sure to watch a video with Olga about how it happens and how it works, how plugging works. You'll see the visual of how it works. not just in Olga's words. Olga, what if I'm not using the mic? The interpreter can still hear, but not the person, unfortunately. Sorry. It happens sometimes. Oh, the technical team says they're hearing Olga. Yes, please keep talking, Olga. Right. Yeah. Okay. Let's do the shots. And my first shot, yes. Right. So this is the first effect. It's plugging that makes the territory, something of your own. And by this, I mean that when you run across a territory, you no longer can turn a blind eye to the place where he's working around in the same way. He'll take this territory as his own home or her own home, the place where he feels like bringing order into it, and he's in charge of this territory. He would want to be in charge of this territory and looking great for for yourself and for everybody. Great, because you want to be nice. You want it to be nice if you spend time in it, right? Okay, and let's try another shot. That's my next shot. And this is our second impact. Second impact says that plugging engages people into caring for territories and stimulates changes of this territory. This is the motivator that we created together with bloggers in Moscow. Unfortunately, some places are very well known and yet are very, very much full of garbage. Some of them are taken as very safe and good for sports, doing sports. But if you do blogging, you see it this way. We would find stuff that would be there in one place for 5 to 6 years, especially in summer. You can notice it not just because of plastic bottles, but also the toys, the souvenirs, the stuff that you can definitely refer to a particular time and thus identify that it's like 6 years old. If you're a regular blogger, you can do that and you can see that. The more you do, the more you want to do it. You want to make the territory even better. And every time you run in this same territory next time, you definitely see the changes, the before and the after. And it motivates, obviously. And you obviously not only see the changes because the garbage gets away, but you want to have a sitting area right here or a trail going around or changing because it's a bit inconvenient, something like that. Exactly. So where do bloggers go with these suggestions? They go to the asset holders of the territory. In our particular case, it's the administration of Tsaritsina Museum. If I do cultural blogging in other Moscow sites, then initially when I coordinate this event, I contact the asset owners and I tell them when we're going and which track we're going to follow and how we're going to run and what we're going to do. And then we agree that if something goes wrong, if we encounter something bad or something, potentially dangerous, we ask the asset holder to get to know about it. once we had a jogging, and then jointly with the contractor and the Ministry of Interior Affairs, they were just taking in our applications, and they were just going through all the um, requests that we had for them. And it was great to see that it's not just a one-time thing. For you, the strange person who cares, but it's something that gets to the minds of those who are asset holders. Do you need a big team? And how long does it take to make it happen? Initially, when we had our first plugging, the very first, it was in April 2018, we had a team of six people. And we came up with this runner teams in a matter of 2 weeks. Myself and 5 runners from the region. So to organize plugging, it's enough to have a smallish team like that. Well, you can do it on your own, but organizationally it's a bit difficult to, do it all on your own. But it's okay if one person is just a coordinator, coordinates the media activity, the other person is in charge of leading or closing this whole event, and also distribute the garbage bags and the gloves and see to it that nobody gets lost. And there is one special person in charge of public relations who is in charge of the time and the location, and everything is going fine. Everything is okay. But anyhow, anybody who does jogging can get a garbage bag and not just run for the sake of their health, but also for cleaning the territory, right? Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, back to our targets. We have 3 to go. And our next shot is this. Okay. Blogging creates horizontal links between the local community and the municipality. By municipalities, I mean any kind of authorities, and also the asset owners, the contractors, as well as the interior affairs authorities. So these are the people who are there at all times and who are in charge of particular aspects of its functioning. More often than not, the local residents have a fragmented representation in this dialogue with these authorities. And these horizontal links is always a good thing. If something of an issue arises, if you know who is in charge, if you know who is in charge of, say, the roads, repairing the roads or lighting, you can keep calling, you can keep writing letters, or otherwise, you can get this horizontal links and you can address the person in charge. For example, if this person is a jogger, it is even more straightforward. Or at least when you know how this system functions, you can address a particular department or area that is dealing with it, so that your request is a bit more targeted. So this informal connection does work. It creates an opportunity for the local community and the local authority to see each other as human beings, not just as functions. You get to know that they're just people. Yes, just people. Especially in their sportswear, when they're jogging shoulder to shoulder with you, and they can actually see those cracks in the road. Right, great. So it works. Wonderful. And your next shot. And I shoot. And what's that? In this photo that was made in September 2019, we can see a very interesting and a very variable type of thing that our bloggers got in Tsari plugging. It was a 20-kilometer run from Kuzminki to Tsaritsino. This is just a small part of what we collected. We had even a used cooker, gas cooker. I mean, plugging actually creates a social capital of joggers. People see that joggers are not just jogging around; they're actually doing something good. This is the benefit. Yes, this is it. You can actually see it. It's tangible. Absolutely, it works for the image of the joggers. We are good guys. We create meaning. We make your territory cleaner. Great. Indeed. So you make the territory cleaner. And by the way, how about the new garbage? Is it still there in a while? Well, we never researched into it, but we did observe it. Oftentimes, plugging occurs over and over again in one particular territory, like Tsaritsino Museum. We have the lower Tsaritsino pond with diameter of 5 kilometers, and they have their fishermen, and in the course of first pluggings we had a lot of side looks, and now we have them coming up to us and telling us the cellophane medusas, the plastic bags flowing in the pond, and they were giving it, and then this is not mine. I'm good. This is not mine, but this is the garbage. You can I can definitely relate to that. I know that in Saricino we have a lot of garbage bins, and you can easily use those. Okay, got it. And the final shot from you, Olga. We have it, right? What's that? And last but not least is that plugging improves and uplifts the social rating of the territory. By this, I mean the following. The people regularly participate in pluggings. They post photos and videos in their social media and use photo videos attract, and it's like rings on the water, and joggers come to places where they've never been. They get to know the territory, and you create this image of a clean and safe environment where you want to be around. So the territory changes if you regularly do plugging there. It also works for the best of the municipalities because they can see life in their region. It stimulates the local small and medium businesses to offer services in this particular territory, because this is where people go through, right? This is the target audience, the adults who have money and who get there on their own, and after they do the jogging they want to sit somewhere and have a drink, a tea or coffee, or grab something, take a bite of something. And it's great if you have a photo zone or a cafe. So it creates a whole tangle of opportunities. And it's very difficult to understand where the jogging turns into social development, economic development, and a feeling, that you belong to this particular place, this particular territory. This is a great thing. And it's great that it happens, and it happens because of and thanks to blogging. Well, what can I say? If you see the reactions, to the point, it's to the point to all of us, and it's great. It's great that you won the height, and we had a lot of insights in the course of our presentation. And let's do it sign also is rushing on, right? So please meet Olga afterwards in the Zoom room. For me, it's always a wonder how to go from healthy lifestyle into a wonderful project. And it's not that. It's not. We're not over yet. We have another speaker with us, Mr. Sven Soderberg, our co-founder of Spirit of Football organization, the organization that is involved in all kinds of games related to soccer and engages all kinds of important communities. So you've been listening in on our today's conversation, right, Sven? From your experience, what other social impacts can this activity create, apart from the ones mentioned by our colleagues? The floor is yours.
Всем привет. Меня зовут Sven, and that's about all I can say in Russian. So thanks for having me here. And I'm joining you guys from Erfurt. That's a city in the east part of Germany, right in the middle between Berlin and Frankfurt. And I'm working for an NGO called the Spirit of Football. And Spirit of Football, you might wonder, it's all about football, but it's in general, it's all about sports, and it's all about bringing people together. So the slogan of our program is called Один мир, один мяч. I hope I did translate that correctly. It's one ball, one world. And actually, it's all about that thing. Can you see that?
Definitely, yes, we can see that.
So there you go. That's a ball with a lot of signatures. You know, like that is what we do when we do sport activities. We take one football, and that's our symbol for sort of like the world. And we say there is one world, one globe. It's round, and there is one ball. It's also round. And our task as human beings on this planet is like we have to find ways how to co-op together and how to work together. Rather than working against, we should be working together as a team. Nevertheless, where we're coming from, nevertheless, how old we are, nevertheless, if we are wearing glasses, or if we are men, women, if we are tall, small, you know, like, and all sorts of categories. That's what we try to promote in general. So if you ask me about the social effects on sports, and so far, what I heard from you guys, that is amazing. It's super impressive, and it's super nice examples of what people can do via sport, and we do it in a joyful and gamish way. So we try to bring people together with joy and fun. So that's the effect of Spirit of Football, I'd say.
Right, thank you, Sven, and thank you to all the speakers today. I think we should draw a line to our discussion today. Indeed, we had a lot of contributions and a lot of insightful discussions and inputs and things that can be just taken up and done. I'm very much inspired by the effects on the development of territories. So I suggest that we have a bit of a voting. I'm not going to offer you voting for all the effects, but out of those that you have before you on the screen, what are the most important ones? Attracting external investment, more effective use of existing resources of the territory, increasing social capital of territory, tourism development, creating positive communities. Which of these effects are most relevant to your territories? I think they're all equally important, probably in different proportions and different combinations, right? So this is what social sports is all about. Attracting external investment is very, very important for most of you. Economic effect is important to many of you. And this is a good point, actually, a good point in attracting your partners. When you come to them and say, not only are we a social project, not just working with low income families or joking around in a particular territory, or building a social infrastructure in a particular village. We also attract investments, and we promote economy of the region jointly with you. We position it in a different way. Oh, I can see the positive community part growing. This is near and dear to me. What Sven just mentioned, about fun and creating fun and friendship, and it works for us, obviously. Things that we do lack oftentimes in non-for-profit projects, where we have to cope with problems and we try to overcome problems. But if we change the angle, if we make fun, we create fun, that it would be really helpful, and social sports is really helpful in that. Thank you for participating. We're running out of time, so at this point, please go to the rooms and ask all the questions. Especially do ask questions to Sven, who can tell you a lot about how interesting it is to play football in very difficult communities. And I do not say goodbye to you once and for all. Yeah, I love the ball. Sven, the ball is really great. And we hope to see you all tomorrow. We're going to start at, attention, 10:30. Please wear your sportswear. You're in for morning exercise and only then the discussions. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the speakers and all the listeners, to the tech support. Thank you very much. Have a good day and see you at Zoom.